TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Shout out to everybody, y'all. It's Flight Sports TV. We back with you. We got the NFL draft coverage live. You already know what it is. This is going to be an epic day, in my humble opinion. Shout out Will Stumbling in the chat. I see you. Where is Travis Hunter going? Where is Shador Sanders going? Only time will tell. Obviously, you got all of these teams on the board. There's so much ramifications in store tonight. It just doesn't make any sense. Let me know if you're hearing me very clear tonight. It's Flight Sports TV. We are minutes away from this NFL draft. It seemed like it's just been a journey here. You know, when you look at when we seen Shedeur, when we seen, you know, Travis, Shiloh, even though obviously we're not ready for Shiloh just yet. I want to get into all of the speculation that's surrounding Shador Sanders. I believe is pure unadulterated hate. It's disgusting, you know, what they've done to Shador Sanders. You know how this man went from being the first pick, you know, obviously now he's dropping all the way to possibly out the goddamn first round. So when you see things like this, you have to start to think there's some trickery going on here. When you look at the Tennessee Titans, obviously they're going with Cam Ward. That seems to be almost irrelevant at this point. Cam Ward is the truth and a half. Everybody seems to believe that he is just, you know, the best player in the draft outside of Travis Hunter. We all know Travis is the truth and a half, the Heisman Award winner. We're gonna get shout out to the Pope B. Frank. He says Shador falling too late. Pardon me. He says Shador falling to late first round, second round. Most likely he was only first pick in his daddy eyes and the Dion lovers. You know, Dion has been, pardon me, the Pope B. Frank, you know, he called them Dion scammers. You know, he's been real critical of Dion through the years, you know, but it's still a good day today, believe it or not. We documented this whole journey with Shedeur for the last couple of years, even Travis, Shiloh, you know what I mean? You know, we got to spin it. You know, shout out to the Pope, man. It's been a long couple of years, but to see them walk across this stage tonight, obviously, I believe Shedeur, I don't think he's even in the building. I think they're going to be at the crib. But to see these guys get drafted today, you're not going to tell me it's something special. You know, we got to document their journey. Now I want to see what they do at the NFL level. Now back to Cam Ward, because we all know what's going on with Shedeur and Travis. Cam Ward, Miami quarterback, obviously is the big favorite to be the number one pick in this NFL draft. He is the odds-on favorite, as all these shit has emerged, all the sports books, everything. Like I said, we minutes away. The Pope B. Frank said Travis might go number one. You know, I'm expecting fireworks in this draft, but I mean, could we expect it as early as the first pick? Cam Ward has entered today as a minus 20,000 favorite to be the top pick by the Tennessee Titans. Colorado's Travis Hunter is the favorite to go second. Penn State's Abdul Carter is scheduled to go number third. That's where a lot of people thought Shador Sanders was going. Believe it or not, I am a little upset with New York, because I thought New York was going to somehow squeeze in pause getting Shador Sanders. I thought Shador was just tailor made for New York City. I just thought that he was ready for that. Clearly, he went through hell. He obviously Jackson State. It was pressure. Colorado, it was pressure. They didn't think he could do this. They didn't think he could do that. I thought he would be ready to step into New York. We see a lot of players, they go into that area and then they just wilt under the pressure. I didn't see that for him. Somehow, in my eyes, believe it or not, I think that Shador Sanders is going to go to the the Cleveland Browns. I'm gonna point it out right now. I got Shador Sanders going to Cleveland. So not two. I believe Cleveland's gonna somehow get in there and get him late in this first round. And pair him with Travis Hunter. Something tells me we're gonna be popping big bottles tonight. We are moments away from these picks. Like I said, we obviously believe Cam Ward is going number one. We moments away. We're gonna get into it. I got my man All Access in the building. Dex. We live. It's the NFL draft. What the hell is going on? What's your thoughts on this situation? Let me know if your audio is right. Dex looks like you have some technical difficulties.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we good now.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. I just want to remind everybody, just in case if you're walking in a cloud of amnesia, to please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. And nevertheless, hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Flight, I have to humbly thank you for inviting me onto your platform and integrating me into the stream. It is a wonderful moment for the NFL. What can we say, Flight? Because we have some dynamic athletes that are coming from the so-called collegiate world of NCAA football. I'm talking about a cash cow, street prize fighting organization that has been leveled by the NIL deals. And people are scrambling all over the place when the transfer portal opens. But guess what, Flight? We have some mainstays.
That's right.
Right? We know Travis Hunter. We know Shador Sanders. We know Abdul Carter and company. Not so much Cam Ward, even though Cam Ward is the unanimous decision to get pick number one. Cam Ward has been a traveling salesman. And despite what he have done at Miami, he has detoured from JUCO to Washington State all the way to the Miami Hurricanes, where he has finally nested and had a superb season, although the Hurricanes fell short of their goals. One thing about the Hurricanes, it had Michael Irvin conflicted with the success of the Hurricanes and the success of his great friend, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, at the Colorado Buffalo. So Cam Ward and Shador Sanders have trained this offseason coming into the draft together. And then once it became a Colorado Boulder Pro Day, the association was severed. Now we come to the crescendo flight. We come to the crescendo where the Tennessee Titans are the only surefire bet on who they getting. From 2 to 10 flight. From 2 to 10, it's a mad scramble board.
It's
We don't
crazy.
know. We don't know who name is going to be pronounced in these slots from 2 to 10. It's like Scrabble, right? And these masterminds that are sitting in these executive offices making these executive decisions for these billion-dollar organizations, aka franchises, they got to be very, very careful that they don't fall in a pitfall and end up in quicksand and sinking. So this is why flight. It is very credulous on behalf of 2 to 10 to make sure they get it right. And despite the challenges, there is a lot of talent flight. The talent source from 2 to 10 is just extraordinary. And when you have the Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter, and all of the spectacular and fantastic things that he has done since his tour of duty in collegiate sports, it's amazing that he is not the number one overall pick because consensus says it's going to be Cam Ward. And then on top of that, you got a freak of nature flight. And listen when I say this. You have a freak of nature in the draft coming from Penn State, coming from junior linebacker U, because we already know USC, the University of Southern California, is linebacker U, and they kind of split hairs with Ohio State. But Penn State have produced sensational linebackers, starting with LeVar Arrington and company, and Michael Parson. And now you have Abdul Carter, who is a specimen of a human being. I mean, this workhorse, a lot of people tend to overlook him based on the activities of Travis Hunter and Shador Sanders because they got a lot of the spotlight. And Deion Sanders was the elephant in the room based on that. And here you have Shador Sanders leading the NCAA in completion ratings and throwing, I think he threw over 4,000 yards for a university that was smothered prior to him getting there. It was a university of football inconsequential flight prior to Coach Prime and his crew coming to Folsom Field. And now, with all of the plume of criticism that Coach Prime has received, especially in recent days by retiring two numbers, 2 and 12, that this makes the draft even more spectacular that two athletes coming from the same university have their jersey retired in the same year flight.
Like I said, we got a lot to discuss. Obviously, the Titans are on the clock. Dex, I want to ask you a question about Shador Sanders. I want to know your opinion. Where is he going to go? Because it's a wild card. That seems to be the question mark here. But I got Shador. I want to say before it happens, I got Shador going to Cleveland. Somehow, somewhere, the Browns getting Travis and Shador. And like I said, I'm expecting something crazy tonight. What's your thoughts on that, and where do you see Shedeur going in this draft with all this speculation? The You might be on mute, but Dex will be
Oh,
right back.
oh,
Yeah, there you
okay.
go.
I said,
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cleveland Cavaliers is going
You
to
mean the
be able.
Browns?
Oh yeah, the Browns. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was looking at some basketball. I saw New York and the Pistons. I'm sorry. Excuse me. That was a Freudian slip. Yeah, the Cleveland Browns. They just signed Miles Garrett to an astronomical contract after he had requested to leave. So there's something that convinced Miles Garrett to stay, and I think it's more than that exuberant contract that he agreed to. It must be some shaking going on because the shakers and the movers within the Cleveland organization, those brass gentlemen have something up their sleeve. But I don't know if it's going to be that fantastical to be able to secure Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter in the same draft. I think they're going to be separated. I know we want to continue the saga of them two playing together because it is nothing short of magical when those two are on the field at the same time with the same uniform. I just feel that Travis Hunter will go to the Browns. They probably already promised him a two-way action because he has spoken out in the media about that. And I just think Shador Sanders, I just feel that he should be a giant flight, regardless if he's QB4 to start the season. I mean, to start training camp. But once training camp is over, I think Shador Sanders can move up to QB3. I mean, QB4. I mean, QB2, excuse me, right behind Russell Wilson, as Russell Wilson will lead the G Men into the season and then give way to Shedeur. Jameis Winston is just a figurehead right now. I think Jameson Winston will be more of a scrapboard quarterback, and he looks like one day he will be coaching in the NFL because he have those kind of smarts and he have that way of communicating that is simplistic but integral and important. And he will be able to whisper into the ears, Pauls, of Shador Sanders to help him grow into a sensational quarterback. So I think, yes, I think that Shador should be a giant flight. And I know it's been a lot of hoopla and a lot of
Right.
piffle about Shador Sanders sliding in the draft, but that could just be to keep the interest of those maybe waning because it seemed like it's going to be Cam, Travis, Shador in that order, and then followed by Abdul Carter. But they don't want the draft to be boring, so they have to keep it sensational. And none other than Shador Sanders and all of his antics is a perfect and prime candidate. No pun intended.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This draft, like I said, is going to be intriguing. It is upsetting to see that Shador is getting screwed around like this, but we're going to find out. Dion Reed says Steelers would be a great for Shador and Coach Mike Tomlin. We're going to find out. Tennessee look like they're putting the call in right now, as we speak. What do you think Tennessee going to do? You think they going somewhere this year? I mean, with this pick?
I don't know if they're going anywhere, but the picks seem to be solid. It seemed to be safe, and it seemed to be a consensus that it became war from the Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah, I could agree with that. That's what it's looking like to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's gonna be intriguing, to say the least. It's
I
gonna be,
mean, when
yeah,
you look at the odds maker flight in Vegas, Cam Ward is a huge, overwhelming favorite to go number one.
right, overwhelming. It don't even make sense. Um, we got a lot going on here in this draft. I'm looking at some highlights here of Cam Ward. I mean, it's crazy how he just leapfrogged Shador so hard like that. That's the only thing I'm just like, damn. They was neck and neck. Shedeur was up there with Caleb Williams last year. You know, so that's why I just feel like there's a lot of BS going on. It seems kind of too blatant, if you ask me. It don't really make no sense.
Yeah, that's how. But somebody has to take the brunt of the criticism to keep the people interest at peak.
Right.
But before we move on, let me shout out Hall of Famer Bears icon Steve Mongo McMichaels. He died today at 67 years old. And if y'all can remember, Vic 76 was an integral stalwart member of the dominant Chicago Bears famed 4-6 defense, coached by Buddy Ryan himself, right? So, yeah, he died today, and he ranked second in franchise history with 92.5 sacks. So, with that Bears defense, another one of their mainstays, Mongo himself, Sean McMichael, dies at 67.
Wow, that's unbelievable. We're gonna see what's up with Tennessee. The pick is in. It's looking like it's Cam Ward. You got the commissioner coming to this podium right now. I know some people might be a little bit ahead or behind, but clearly we all know it's going Cam Ward. Shout out to Tennessee. Hopefully they know what they're doing here with this pick. You know, because can't nobody miss it. And that's why I'm seeing from the Giants, even though I do want them to pick Shedeur, they're in a situation where they really can't screw around with this draft. So it is what it is. We shall see how this is going to shake out.
It is official. Cam Ward is the number one pick. So the Vegas odd makers, the Vegas odd makers was right that Cam Ward would be the number one pick. He's big, he's strong, he's fast. He has all the intangibles. He's a leader, despite what happened in the bowl game in the second half where he didn't come back in. Some people say he quit on his team or whatever, but there was nothing else to be done. They couldn't win the game, and he had to start getting prepared for his next chapter in life. So I'm not mad at Cam Ward for that. You have to play it safe. You know what I'm saying? You can't be out there on a egotistical trip trying to extra prove something to those who don't even matter to you. So Cam Ward, big, strong, fast, can make every throw in the field flight, and he has a level head, beautiful parents, and he's making commercials already. So Cam Ward is going to be a definite mainstay in the NFL, and we'll probably see him on the field faster than you think.
Yeah, I mean, is he box office?
Shadour's box office.
What about Cam?
Cam Ward is close to must-see TV.
So just not box office yet, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Cam Ward. We're gonna see.
Yeah, he had a real what you call a executive.
Jacksonville just traded up to number 2. We got breaking news. Jacksonville just traded. Oh, my bad. I got some. I'm going to get out of there. Can you hear me? Let me know.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You was echoing.
Yeah, it's Tennessee. Jacksonville just traded out. That's crazy. They about to go get dude.
Wait a minute.
Jacksonville.
They're going to get who?
They're going to
Travis?
Yes.
Travis is a Florida guy, right?
Yeah.
He will be home.
That's crazy.
Jacksonville need a spark.
Who saw this?
Well, this is unprecedented because normally you have more trade. It was no trades until this right here. Normally in the upcoming draft, weeks before the upcoming draft, you have movement. But this draft, 2025, there was no movement until now.
Who's their quarterback? Jacksonville don't got a quarterback.
Yeah, they do. They have Trevor Lawrence.
Is he good? I heard
He's
they
good
trying to get
enough.
rid of him.
He's good enough that he's not going to be replaced by nobody in this draft. Trevor Lawrence have taken him to the playoffs, so I doubt if they draft a quarterback here. It wouldn't make sense to me. But like I said, in surprising move, the Jacksonville Jaguars have jumped up to number 2 because they saw somebody on the docket that they really love. Because you gotta love to move that far up to number 2 for maybe a Godfather package.
Yo, that's crazy. Did anybody see this shit coming?
No, I didn't expect Jaguars to move that far up. I thought Pittsburgh would have some movement, but Jaguars moved from 5th to 2, so they jumped the Patriots as well as the New York Giants.
That's crazy. He about to go to Jacksonville.
And that's a good team to go to because the weather.
The Browns ain't want none of them.
Maybe not. Maybe they wanted somebody at number 5.
They get a 2026 first round pick. That's crazy. He must didn't want to go to Cleveland. They just gave these players away. That's crazy. I'm just lost for words right now.
Sitting at 5 is really not bad. You're still going to have a top 5 player, but I guess Cleveland felt it was necessary to acquire a potential Godfather package, to drop 3 slots and still be prepared for next year's draft.
That's crazy. I think that's the biggest story. They didn't even want Travis. Travis Hunter in the green room. If he gonna be in Florida. That's crazy. I'm surprised Cleveland didn't want to go get him.
Where would you want to play in November, December, and January, if you had the option of Florida or Cleveland?
That's true. My thing is, how did this happen? Do you think he worked out for Jacksonville?
I haven't read any reports that he worked out for Jacksonville, but I'm quite sure Jacksonville has some scouts up there at Colorado Pro Day.
Yeah, that's crazy. The pick is in. That's unbelievable. Well, that's wild, man. I'm lost for words right now. That's crazy.
Who do you think they're going to select?
Come on, man. They're going with Shedeur. I mean, what's the name? Travis.
Travis playing football at home.
Oh. That's crazy.
Well, it hasn't been official yet. Jacksonville's still deliberating.
That's crazy.
So in a surprising move, I didn't expect Jacksonville to move. I thought they was comfortable at number 5 for this draft and the player that was available to them. So somebody was going to snatch somebody, and Jacksonville was like, oh no. And Cleveland gave them a grand opportunity to move up to get somebody that they love. Because you got to love whoever you're picking right now. to move from 5 to 3.
That's right. That's crazy. They got this guy talking.
Yep. T. Hunter,
Yeah,
T12, official, number 2 overall pick.
that's crazy. Can we have a trade? That might be a little bit ahead of
The
me.
Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
That's crazy. Shout out Travis Hunter.
Now, for everybody that put their money on Travis Hunter being the number 2 overall pick, cashed in. But if you pick Travis Hunter to go to Cleveland, you lost out. Once Cleveland traded down, your money was spent.
That's crazy. Who the hell seen that coming? That was like the first firework of the drive.
Yeah, Travis Hunter, he will be home now. He will play in Florida. He will play in warm weather in the wintertime. So he can get a lot of good reps and a lot of hardcore participation on the tundra over in Jacksonville. Now, Jacksonville is a really nice city. It's a seaport. We got ocean around. It's crazy over in Jacksonville. So I say that's a dab in the arm for the organization to have such a player of debonair status, two-way excelente, in Travis Hunter.
That's just crazy.
The G-Men is on the clock. What the G-Men gonna do, Flight?
Man, I think that's a shit. I got the Giants. They're going with Abdul Carter. I mean, I wish they was going with obviously Shedeur, but it's looking like they're in a win now situation. You know, so they ain't got no options. That's the situation at the end right now. Shit is crazy. Can you hear me?
And speaking about football, we already heard the devastating news of Shannon Sharp retreating from his duties and ESPN. So that is a downer for me, right? Because I watch First Take only when Shannon Sharp is here. I take a peek at it. If he's not on the panel, I'm not watching it. But if he's on the panel, I'm watching it because he's so entertaining and he's so verbose and energetic. He puts Stephen A. Smith in his place at times. And then him and Kendrick Perkins' combative attitude towards each other makes it even more fantastic because we already know Kendrick Perkins have kind of turned to what they call a so-called Uncle Tom when it comes to NBA players. You know, he always agreeing with the establishment over the players themselves. So Shannon Sharp, absent from ESPN, is going to be dearly missed. He's one of the greatest tight ends to ever play the game. I think he's right behind the Tony Gonzalez's of the world and the Gronk of the world, and soon to be Travis Kelce when he retires. So he will be dearly missed from ESPN for sure.
Yes, most definitely. Shout out Travis Hunter, man. Duval, Jacksonville. That's right there. So Duval
County.
Yeah, Jacksonville, they're gonna be lit.
So by the NFL by the NFL having the draft and all of its compilations in the Green Bay, Wisconsin area, they predict the draft could provide $100 million jolt to the Green Bay area.
That's crazy. I believe it. Why the hell they in Green Bay? Why they ain't in New York or something like that?
Probably that's the reason why. You know what I mean? They're probably going to move the draft to different cities to help pump their economy up. You know what I'm saying? Put some money into their veins. I think that's good though if they move it around instead of just being in New York.
Right. Just in the middle of nowhere,
Yeah, Green Bay is in the middle of nowhere. Trust me, it sure is.
Yeah, but you should in the middle of nowhere. That's fucked up.
But I think that's the only team in the NFL that the population owns the team. The citizens own the team in Green Bay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Other news source: Lions. The Detroit Lions make Joseph highest paid safety.
Wow.
Titans add a wide receiver to their receiver room. They added Lockett on the eve of the draft. Abdul Carter, you're right, Flight.
I saw that. That's what it was getting.
So we got Cam Ward, number 1, Travis Hunter, number 2, and Abdul Carter, number 3, to the New York Giants.
I mean, is this pick a flashy pick though for New York?
No, I think it's a grown man pick.
You mean like a win now move?
Well,
What you mean a grown man?
I don't know if Abdul Carter is going to put you over the hump, but he definitely will initiate some wins because he's a phenomenal football player, and like I said, he's a monstrosity out there.
He better take his ass to New York.
So we have the Pats on the clock. The Patriots is on the clock.
Oh man, who the Patriots need?
Well, they definitely don't need a quarterback.
Yeah. They got a quarterback.
Shador Sanders had yet to be drafted.
Nope. This is where everybody thought he was going, but he's been changing plans.
Remember, he put out on his Instagram some shoes that reflected the New York Giants color scheme as well as logo.
Yeah, they need to move the Giants out of Jersey too. I don't mean to cut you off, but keep going.
No, that's all I was going to just remind the fans.
Yeah.
It was a early indicator that possibility he would be a Giant.
Yeah.
Where they gonna move him to, Flight? If they move him out of New Jersey, New York only have so much space.
Yeah, I know there's something to do there. You can take them to Long Island. Shit, have everybody go.
Oh yeah. Right, I was in Long Island about a week and a half ago.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I want to know what part. You remember?
Hempstead.
Oh, really? You wasn't
I was gonna call you, but you ain't there, so shit. What? Call you for what?
Right. I was in Hempstead.
Yep, sure was.
Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Abdul Carter, I'm looking at some of his highlights. He get to the quarterback.
Yeah, he's an edge rusher for real. They think he could be a Micah Parsons part 2.
Right. But what they gonna do on offense?
Struggle.
Yeah, so the Giants still didn't address that.
Well, at least not right now. I mean, you do have trades, and the Giants are trying to build brick by brick. Rome wasn't built overnight.
Yeah. Got the newest New York Giants, shout out Malaya. Salute to everybody in the chat. Travis Hunter is gone. The Jaguars, they're gonna be the talk of the draft so far. Yeah, they're right across the street from Lambeau Field. They out there too. There's a lot of people out there. They're trying to sell tickets. We're waiting on Shador Sanders' name to be called, ladies and gentlemen.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
And they're in Canton, Texas. That's where he's at. That's crazy. They're gonna keep showing images of Shador Sanders. You got to see how the trickery that's going on. They got live images of him at his house. That's crazy. I want to know. There's so many things that I feel like they're holding against Shedeur. You know, as I was looking, a lot of people don't realize they still airing new media. Not what is it? The well-off media, and also they doing. They basically live streaming on Twitch. You know, these are things that they doing. You know, so I don't know if teams looked into that and was like, well, what the hell is going on? You know, and I think that held them up against him. I mean, so much stuff, man. At this point, you got to put everything, you know, everything off the field. But what I will say about him is he don't get in any trouble. There's no issues. So I think some people need to pay some homage there with Shador Sanders. But this is a complete disgrace. And it would even make it even more disrespectful as if another quarterback was picked before him. I think that's what the NFL want to do. They're ready to send a message. Pardon me, just stick it to Deion. Pause. You know, and let another goddamn quarterback pick him and possibly slip his ass all the way to the second round. How the hell could something like this occur? You know, then you got people on TV that they trying to condone the shit. They're trying to say maybe he's not this, maybe he's not that. You know, I just think it's all a bunch of BS. It's stupid that happened. Let's see what the Browns do though. You know, but I mean, they need everything. You know, but that's crazy. Shout out to the Giants. We seen Abdul Carter. He came on out of nowhere. The Giants also had a private workout with Shador Sanders. They went out to Colorado. Anybody that didn't know about that? So I mean, it's just crazy what's all going down. Definitely got to wake up out here. It's gonna be interesting to see what they do at the NFL level. Shout out to Jacksonville. You know, I didn't see that coming from Jacksonville. Look like we're gonna be seeing a lot of Jacksonville Jaguar games. You know, there's a lot of things to discuss with Trevor Lawrence. You know, and Travis Hunter. Make sure you subscribe to Flight Sports. We got a lot of news updates and more to discuss involving all of these guys. I'm looking at, yeah, that's crazy. The Cleveland Browns fans got to be feeling crazy. Somebody said they knew the Browns would screw it up. I'm not going to lie. The Browns are going to be the biggest losers in the draft. They passed on Travis Hunter. You know, they better hope Travis Hunter is not who everything they say he is. That's all I'm going to let you know right now. Cleveland just completely they really messed up. In my opinion, I mean, how could they allow something? This is some real Brown shit that just happened. It's like, man, this is crazy what happened to Cleveland just now. I just find it crazy. They're going to walk away with none of them. None of the top players. Maybe they're not high in this draft. Maybe that's how a lot of people believe this is a weak draft. Despite it being with some of our favorite players in it.
Patriots pick is in.
Uh-oh. Let's see who the Patriots going to pick. Abdul Carter is gone. Patriots draft LSU. Will Campbell, number 4 overall. Yep. Will Campbell's a 3-year starter, two-time team captain inside LSU's past first 60-40 pass run split, multiple run schemes with 31 career starts at left tackle. He is the first offensive lineman in school history to be named the team's top playmaker and awarded the number 7, which he wears as part of as a patch on his jersey. So that's some information on this guy Campbell. Um, what you think about New England? How many years away are they from being competitive?
Um, Many, especially in that AFC East, because Buffalo is just reigning supreme over there,
Right.
and you don't really have anybody contending with Buffalo. So it's hard to gauge the Patriots because you don't know if they're really trying to win right now, right? It seems like they're just trying to build a solid team, put some protection for JJ McCarthy, so he can get back there and spin that pigskin. And having an offensive lineman drafted in the first round is probably the right thing to do for the Pats.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's crazy what happened in New England. The fall from grace. I would never thought I'd seen in my wildest dreams them going through some kind of rebuild. But that's what's happened. No more Tom Brady, no more Bill Belichick. So it's just crazy. Shout out to Duval, though, man. I'm caught up with Jacksonville right now. I think this guy gonna do special things up there. Listen, I want to see what Trevor Lawrence does with him. It's gonna be interesting. Trevor Lawrence got him a new weapon. Because I thought they was thinking about moving on from Trevor Lawrence, but you said he good enough not to be moved.
Yeah, he had some injuries and he kind of declined a little bit, but I'm quite sure he's young enough he can bounce back. Because, like I said, he led them to a playoff season, and that's
He was the
promising.
number 1 pick in the draft.
Yep, yes, he was in national championship in college.
Yeah, I know. I do. Where did he play for? Alabama?
No, Clemson.
Uh,
They beat Alabama. He ripped Alabama apart. I mean, I think that was one of the worst losses in Alabama history in that national championship game.
yeah.
So your Browns on the clock, Flight.
Let's see what the Browns do.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
You don't know who the hell they're going with now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. The Browns pick is in. We shall see. It's crazy. I'm looking at this Browns pick right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We got the NFL draft. It's real intriguing right about now. I don't know what direction the Browns should go in.
Yeah, sitting at 5. It's very interesting. What direction do they go? Offense? Do they go defense? Do they get a utility guy? Of course, you don't get no utility guy. So you got to get the best player rated available at number 5.
Yep. I'm listening to this interview right here for Will Campbell. The Titans get a franchise player. I'm looking at this. So it says Cam Ward could be a top 5 QB in the coming years. Yeah, man, shit is crazy. We was waiting on this Cleveland pick. It's Kevin Stefanski. I remember these fools.
Browns have picked a defensive lineman.
Wow.
You got Tom Brady on the clock.
Uh-oh. To my Vegas. Mason Graham. 6'3", 360 pounder. Defensive tackle. Mason Graham, his scout report. They say he coming from the Browns, Michigan defensive lineman. Mason Graham says that Graham has the potential to be one of the best defensive tackle prospects to come out of college in the last few years. His lack of elite size and length will keep him from being in the same category as Jalen Carter, but the Michigan product combination of strength and athleticism gives him a high ceiling as a pro. So that's a little report on who the hell this guy is. We got to see what happens in this draft. Obviously, we're waiting on the pick of Shador Sanders. Will he, at this point, will he ever get picked? I think that's a legitimate question. Will he even be picked in the first round? At first, I thought it was a joke, but it ain't no joke, goddammit. And we seeing it firsthand. How will this shit end? Shout out to everybody in the chat. We got the NFL draft. We got major fireworks. The Jaguars. Obviously, the talk of the town today in this draft. They swooped in like a thief in the night. And they went and got their guy, keeping Travis in Florida. I don't think nobody's seen that coming. I'm telling, like I said, Cleveland, they better make sure they did the right thing. So I guess next year they're gonna get Jacksonville's first round pick next year. So next year I don't know what that draft might look like.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns is predicating this trade that the Jacksonville Jaguars will suck next year. And they will be able to rebound and get in probably a top 5 pick again. So that's what the Cleveland Browns brass executive staff is hoping for, because that's the only path that I can see for them to make a trade of such to get a defensive lineman, or it could be a promise to Myles Garrett that they will give him help on that side of the ball in the interior of the Cleveland Browns defense.
Yeah, well, they got to be competitive. I mean, that's period. But yeah, man, I'm not happy from Cleveland. I don't think this is the pick that. But what I will say about Cleveland is this: how often do they go for the flashy pick? I think that's ever since I've been following Cleveland, they go for the fireworks pick. They go for the big sell in free agency, and it blows up in their fucking face. How many times have we seen this, Dax? So,
Yeah, time and time again, you're right.
Yeah, so I don't blame Cleveland going in this route. Just look like they're going the right way. So let's see what happens. Maybe they feel like these guys are high risk, in Travis and the rest of them. We got the Pope B. Frank in the building. We got the NFL draft. We patiently awaiting Shador Sanders. There's much speculation that he may not even be drafted in the first round. How in God's green earth has we come to this? Shedeur was the talk of the town. He went from being the number 1 pick in the draft to being the 3rd pick to now we don't know what the hell is going on. We need answers, Pope.
I mean, you know what I mean? Hold on, I gotta watch. Hold on,
Oh damn.
That's what he like to do all of that all the time. A lot of the antics, man, he's been with, and he ain't really done enough on the field for real. If you pass 40, 50 times a game, of course your number is going to look good, especially if you got elite wide receivers, a number 2 pick wide receiver to be specific, along with other NFL caliber wide receivers. So it's like, your number's going to be good, but what you got to see is he don't get rid of the football. Never on time. His read's not right. He can throw an accurate ball. He deep, but you take so many sacks in college. You're the most sacked quarterback in the last 2 years. That's horrible. That's not just because you don't have a line or you're not running the football. That's a lot that has to do with on him too. Now it could be a mixture of both things or all 3 things, but yeah, when your daddy don't run the ball and he just got you dropping back so many times a game, even though you're getting sack after sack after sack. You got to ask again. The NFL scouts is looking at all of that. The way he acted, now on top of off the field, the way he acted, he seemed like he an entitled little kid, and that's what it is. So only people who had him on number 1 was Colorado Deion fans and Deion himself, but no NFL scouts had him number 1, going number 1. Never. That was just all what his daddy was saying. And here comes the proof in the pudding. The dude ain't going to even make the first round, man, because he's terrible. He low-key terrible. I'm sorry to say. Travis Hunt, he's the man. He been the man. He was the man coming out of high school. He was the man while in college. Every time he was on the field, and ain't nothing you could do about it. Whether you like Deion or not like Deion, you can't deny Travis Hunter. And that's why he went, rightfully so, where he was supposed to go number 2. He could have went number 1, and I don't think nobody would have argued that. But it ain't because I definitely think nobody picking on Shador Sanders or nah, they love Deion Sanders. People love Deion. Football world loves Deion Sanders. The Sanders haters who didn't like the transition that he made from Jacksonville or Jackson State to Colorado, because that's really the only time he really received real backlash for real. Other than that, Deion has been beloved for a very long time in the football world. And so, if anything, that's been helping him. Him getting his jersey retired, all that stuff is too much antics. That's not even realistic. Like,
Well, also, I'm going to cut you off. I mentioned this to Dex earlier. I was watching Well Off Media. Like, these guys got their own media team and shit. I don't know how this goes over in the NFL circles. And I was listening to Shiloh and Shedeur. They said they're going to be Twitch live streaming the whole entire draft. They're on some Kai Cenat, I Show Speed shit. I don't know what that how does that go over, with ownership? You going to be streaming? Was Cam, you think Cam Ward streaming?
Man, that's what I mean. It got too far into the other stuff and not the main thing. And so they've been trying to be famous and keep their name relevant. That's why they had a YouTube channel, or not channel, but the little show. They had a show on YouTube. Well, when Shedeur was in high school, freshman, and they had a lot of people wasn't tuning in. I was watching all of that. When Shiloh wasn't even living with them, it was just Shedeur and Deion for real. And then Shiloh came about shortly after, but they've been trying to be on like this to where they back in everybody, their household name filled up, which is Deion Sanders always been a household name. I'm just saying, amongst everybody, all the youngsters that's coming up, everybody know who Deion Sanders and the Sanders family with Shedeur and what he's done with Travis Hunter and all that good stuff. So they even know Lil Junior, they know him now. Now he a household name. Buck, whatever his name is. So I guess it's more about that stuff, and that's what it seemed like to me and to the NFL people as well. Like it's look like a circus. Like is you really want to be a quarterback, or are you trying to be like your dad and be famous by just pushing this narrative? But at the same time, you're not really. Look, I was a Shedeur fan, man, and I'm not even when he went to Colorado. He turned me off with all of this and all of the tough talking and all of the antics. Let me buy this car. Let me floss like this. Let me floss like I'm like, okay, you're not really focused, bro, on the main thing, on really being great. You focus on flossing. You focus on flossing and having it. That ain't it, bro. And
He tried to go. Also, he tried to go to. What I will say is this: he tried to go the Jello route. You remember he made a song. You know, people don't know he tried to go the music route. It didn't blow up like Jello did. You know, then when Jello went popping, he was talking about they need to do a song with the Ball Brothers. You know, but go ahead.
Yeah, but see, Jello don't play no sports, right? I don't think no more. He don't play no sports no more when he made his song and he blew up. Shedeur, it's like a Shaq and rapping and AI when he did a little. Probably Shedeur was going to do some Lonzo Ball while he was playing for the Lakers. He dropped his album. You know, I don't think Shedeur was really trying to rap, but yeah, he came out with a song. You know, got in the booth, messed around since you can. They rich. They probably got a studio right on the ranch, on the Prime Ranch. And so he probably got in there, did something, thought it was cool, put it out. All right, smoke. But yeah, football, I don't know, man. I don't know. Shiloh I don't even think he's going to get drafted. I think he's going to be undrafted. And Shedeur, this should be a wake-up call for him because the kid got talent. He seems need to get focused.
Do you really think it's a situation where Shiloh won't get drafted? I mean, the way they do with Shedeur, I mean, damn, Shiloh got to be worse. Right?
He's terrible. Yeah, he's terrible. He's
terrible.
Yeah, he's terrible. Yeah, terrible too. Yeah. I'm not gonna hold you. I mean, I watched like y'all watch, but I don't know. I watched maybe through a different lens or something. I don't know. But I seen the kid get shook all the time. People was bopping him. Yeah, I mean, he was good at Jackson State. He looked good in HBCU, but over here in the real football, real college football, not so much. He looked too good. And that's just what it is.
Right. Dex,
everybody can't be Deion, man. That's tough.
Dex, what you think about some of these statements coming from the Pope?
Well, you know, Pope can be sensational at times. But before I get into that, we had two drafts that went by us. Vegas picked Genty from Boise State. Those are the boys from the blue carpet, Boise State Broncos.
Electric running back.
Yes, not only electric, prolific. And he got very close to breaking Barry Sanders' collegiate record, but he fell short. Genty is one of those type of running backs that he can see the hole before it opens. And then once he gets a crevice, he don't need a crack. He just need a crevice. And he can scoot right along and make a big play and change the projection of the game and give his team momentum at the same time, drowning the opponents, because there was games where Genty was bottled up, then all of a sudden he breaks for 76 yards. And so now the defense is cracked, they're down, they dejected, and then he breaks for another 60 yards. And then you know what? Game over, Broncos win. So those boys up there on the blue carpet is to be recognized, and Genty helped in bringing Boise State back to prominence. So he's well-deserved to be a Raider, and under the auspice of Tom Brady and Coach, what's that USC coach? Damn, how could I forget his name? Pete Carroll. And then you have Nimble from Missouri out of the SEC, offensive tackle, going to your Jets flight. So New York got some pretty odd. The quarterback for the Jets is going to be Fields, I believe.
Justin Fields?
I think Justin Fields will be their starting quarterback, or he's QB1 as we speak. But we don't know what they're going to do in in the upcoming off season, going into training camp, where they bring in some free agents to, shoulder him along. I'm not sure. And then we got the Panthers on the top.
Shedeur right there. Why would they pass on Shador Sanders?
Who we talking about? The Saints?
No,
The
the
Jets.
Jets. Yeah, they need
I ain't gonna lie. I want to know, did they even get a look at them? You right about that. They need a quarterback.
Yeah.
He's bad.
Well, it looks like right now, I'm predicting the Saints is going to pick up Shador Sanders
At 9?
at 9.
The one who got caught?
Yeah, he's injured though.
I heard about that, but I heard they was gonna get him maybe later on, not right away. Everybody talking about later on with Shedeur. They could double back and get Shedeur. That's how they talking, Pope. They get him later on.
Later on. Let's go. Listen, this is a wake-up call, man. Humble pie, man. We need to understand that.
Yeah, and then you know what? To answer your question about Pope's statements about Shedeur, I mean, you can look at it like that if that's how you see it, as being conservative and like put your head down and dribble. But nowadays, most of these young athletes that have some kind of punch about themselves exploit it. Whereas in the past, there was kind of more subdued and settled. But these athletes now are showing their influence. And teams that are about the bag most likely get these athletes who have influence and bring them on board, because now his fans are your fans. So with the watch.
Hey,
okay, Pope.
I got
salute. Okay. So with these athletes nowadays getting their own exposure and having their own influence, the old guard of how to manage an athlete don't like that. So I don't have a problem with these athletes promoting themselves, using their platform as a level of celebration and promotion to get more sponsors and things of that nature. And some teams, just from the old standard, you're not bigger than the shield. So if they feel that you're moving in a way that you're trying to be bigger than the shield, then they're going to shy away from you, because it's all about control, it's all about dominance, and it's all about their influence on the direction on how this game is to be played.
Yeah, you got a good point there. It's messed up what's happening, though. I'm sorry to tell you this, man. I'm very upset that Shedeur is getting screwed around like this. I don't think it's right. But we shall see. Dex believe he's going to New Orleans. I don't know. People talking about they got him going later on. 20-something to New Orleans. I mean, 20-something to Pittsburgh. Yeah, I heard Pittsburgh getting him later on. So,
yeah, Pittsburgh didn't do no moving, so they don't want him that bad, because if they really wanted him, they probably would have traded up to secure him.
Yeah.
So, because there's other teams like the Saints are before them who possibly needs a quarterback. Now, we know David Carr is injured now, and maybe, he makes it back in time to make the Saints relevant again. But this will be a great backup for the Saints going into the future, because David Carr is he's getting to become a dinosaur. And if you have his replacement already in the building, in the quarterback room, it just shows that you an organization that's moving towards something that could be special down in the NOLA.
Yeah, you're lying about that. I'm interested to see how it all works out now.
Panthers
Carolina, they got to get it together too. Carolina, they got to do something with Young.
Yeah, Panthers got their pick in. They like you said, as you mentioned, Bryce Young out of Pasadena, California, my hometown. Young Bryce.
We got another year.
He received some help by the Panthers drafting at number 8 a wide receiver T. McMillan out of Arizona. You remember that wide receiver that was killing the Buffaloes? When they played Arizona, he was like the only person that's really doing
Oh,
something.
yeah, he Polynesian.
He's right there. He's going to the Panthers.
Oh man, that's a good pickup. They got that man some help. You better be able to get that motherfucker the ball. So they showing some belief in Bryce. They getting him some weapons.
And that is good because that shows that the organization is believing in Bryce, because Bryce did come off very poorly in his rookie season, and there was questions that could he play football. So a lot of whirlwind of indecision was going in this young man's head until somehow, some way, someone sat him down and psychologically retooled him, and he started playing much better football in his second year than he did in his first year.
Yeah, with him, it's all about sustainability. You can't worry about what's going on in Houston. Those two are going to be connected forever. But shout out to McMillan. I was watching some interviews about him. McMillan. What I was gonna say was he was talking about his Polynesian roots and putting on for Polynesia or whatever. That's the shit that he got around his neck. Is representing the Polynesian community. But he had a good little story. But let's see. Bryce got to get that man the ball. Now we're gonna find out. I hope Carolina do good, man. I like the Panthers.
You know what? I'm not too much of a Panther fan now, but prior to Cam Newton, I was a big Carolina fan. When they had the Jake Delones and Copley and what's that other boy? Steve Smith, Mohamed Sanu, Stewart in the backfield. And they had Gardner as well in the backfield. So, they had some really good teams, and they went to the Super Bowl, but they lost to the Tom Brady and company. But prior to the Cam Newton Carolina Panthers, they was very, very competitive. And they was one of the only teams to come in under expansion to win immediately. And I remember what they did to the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. And they injured Michael Irvin. Those Carolina Panthers was playing hard. They had a lot of old veterans coming out of free agents because they was an expansion team. And those Carolina Panthers was putting helmets to shoulder pads like crazy flight.
Yeah. The Panthers. He said that Cali, Dex. Yeah, we got a video, Dex. This nigga just said, that all I'm gonna tell you is that California connection gonna be crazy. You heard me, Dex?
Yep.
That's what he said. Oh man, that's a soundbite, man. I ain't gonna forget that motherfucker said that.
What did he say? How he say it?
Yo, he said that shit was some swag. They said, what are you gonna bring to Carolina? He said, listen, all I'm gonna tell you is that California connection about to be crazy.
Wow.
He ended it with that.
Wow.
Shedeur on camera. Shedeur iced out, chains on, sipping drink.
You going to the boot?
Something going on. Shedeur like somebody, he don't got a call.
The first quarters. Here we come. The first quarters.
There's too much laughing. There's too much smiling going on in that room.
Man. That means Sky gonna have to love some Shador Sanders. Sky, you ready, Sky? You ready for what time it is? Do you know what time it is? All I want is a roly, 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 roly.
Wow. That might be a good move for him. Because they might be able to win right away, right?
Oh, I mean, the Saints got a lot. They got a lot to plug up, man. They got some glaring, gaping holes on offense and defense. But it would be a spark to NOLA if Shador Sanders go down there.
I think he going. I think he going to New Orleans.
I mean, look, the Pope just died. You know what I'm saying? We already know that New
I'm
Orleans
not even on
is
ESPN right now. I should go. I'm on NFL Network.
yeah. We already know that New Orleans is a heavy Catholic
Uh-oh.
presence.
The pick is in.
Oh, they took Banks.
Oh,
They did not draft Shador Sanders. Oh my God, Carl Banks Jr. I think that's the son of the great Carl Banks that played with the Giants. I'm not for sure.
that's
Who was the
Calvin
linebacker? No. Kevin Banks, that's right. From out of Texas.
No. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I told you they fucking around. Let me see what's going on here, Dax. I think he's going to
Chicago.
Pittsburgh. No, he going to Pittsburgh way late.
Yeah, Chicago's on the clock. Let's see what the Bears gonna do. Well, you still got the Cowboys now. The Cowboys could draft him.
Come on, let's
Set him behind Dak Prescott.
Come on, why would you put that kind of hell up in Dallas?
Yeah,
That would be some Dallas shit. Now I want to see what's up with Quinn Ewers. That's why I said it was some good quarterbacks, man. How all these niggas just get lost in the shuffle?
you got Quentin Ewers. You got the boy from Georgia.
Word.
Beck. Is his name Beck or something? You got Jalen Monroe from Alabama.
Yeah, you got it's still some good players out here. Man, watch out for Carolina, man.
You got the kid, what's his name, Gabriel from Oregon. So this is mad crazy, man.
Yes. Next to this man crazy. Salute to all y'all in the chat. She did, yeah, they fucking Shedeur around. Shador Sanders, Canton, Texas.
Yeah, because at first they was lauding Shedeur as, you know, a top 5 player and top 2 quarterback.
They said it appears to be 21 to go to Pittsburgh.
So you telling me no other quarterback's going to be drafted in between 10 and 21?
I said that earlier. They're going to try to stick it to Dion. They're going to pick it up. Watch they get another quarterback get picked. You got to rub it in. You know, not only did he fall, but we picked another quarterback. There was 2 quarterbacks picked before him, goddammit. It's like he gonna have to get to the NFL and really make them pay for this. I'm upset with the Giants, man. I'm upset with New York. You know, we need something like this in New York, man. How could they pass up on this? Jacksonville ain't got no more picks, do they? Jacksonville can't swoop back, and they can't do nothing. They got their quarterback. They ain't going there with Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I think he's going to Pittsburgh. They'll be coached by Mike Tomlin. And Pittsburgh don't pick him. It's some real foolery going on now. That'll just be downright trifling if he don't get picked. You know, we're moments away from the picks, so that'll be 10. They said it's gonna be 21 to Pittsburgh. Raiders Kojo says if he don't go to Pittsburgh, he's out the first round. That's what it looks like. That's crazy. He's gonna be the 20th pick in the draft. They did him filthy. Now the Bears, they should be ashamed of themselves. I thought they was gonna do better than this. They're probably gonna go with offensive lineman. Let me see where they go with this pick.
Well, they're predicting the best available is Jalen Walker out of Georgia, linebacker.
Offensive lineman.
No, he's a linebacker, defense.
Let's see. Let's see what they go with. This guy Roger Goodell always go to the podium with a big ass speech. Make the goddamn pick. Salute to everybody in the chat. NFL draft is rocking. Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar. There's a lot of stories in this draft. I repeat, man. Hopefully Pittsburgh get him. Otherwise, Shedeur could be out the first round. That'd be crazy. He got out the first. He picked in the second round.
Well, they got him as an overall rank 35.
Who, Shedeur?
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But he's a second quarterback rank, though.
That's crazy.
So they just felt Cam Ward was head and shoulders above everybody.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bears draft a tight end.
From Penn State?
Yeah, Colston Lovely.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know who that is. I thought they would probably draft the tight end from Penn State.
Yeah. You think they needed a tight end?
I'm just saying that if that's where they're going to go.
Oh, it was a better tight end out there.
To me.
Yeah, we got Colston Loveland from Michigan.
Tyler Warren from Penn State. I mean, that dude was sensational in college.
Yeah.
So these are some surprises right now for like.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm trying to see what happens with if a team either trade up or he just fall to Pittsburgh. We're gonna find out. But Colton Loveland, this guy's Bears tight end, selected 10th overall in 2025 draft. Loveland is an athletic, gifted tight end. And potential at the next level. This is what they're saying. Tight ends are the biggest mismatch creators in the NFL today. Loveland fits the mold incredibly well at his height and weight. Loveland is a quick-footed and athletic mover. He can snap in and out of his breaks with quickness and suddenness to separate from coverage on short routes. He can run quick choice option routes due to his blend of agility and football IQ. He has great ball skills to give defenses trouble in the red zone. His basketball background is displayed when high pointed passes like going up for a rebound. Yeah, so that's the reports from him.
Well, they said a whole lot of good stuff that I didn't even hear. I never heard of the guy.
Wow.
And I watched some Michigan football, and he never stood out to me.
Yeah. San Francisco. So who the quarterback? Oh yeah, they got Purdy. I'm tripping. Brock Purdy. They wasn't in the Super Bowl this last year. That was the year before, right?
Yeah, no, it was Philadelphia representing the NFC.
Yeah. San Francisco didn't win though.
No, they lost to what's your name? Kansas City.
Yeah. In Kansas City, they whoop everybody ass.
So the surprise of the draft so far is Jacksonville trading up to number 2 to get Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think nobody's seen that coming. Oh, you got Gilly, everybody up there. Dion. See, this is
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
that's crazy. I gotta go back to that. That was some real shit.
Now, what do the 49ers need?
Then the pick didn't happen yet.
49ers probably get some defense.
And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I like to know what Dion think about all this. Now Dion's sneakers is hard. His kicks is fire. Yeah, they do Dion filthy. They gotta stop playing with Deion Sanders.
Damn, even
South Florida fair up there in Texas where it was Shedeur at.
man,
There's a lot of celebrities in there.
don't tell me the Cowboys gonna pick him.
Well, that'll be crazy. They need to let go of Dak.
That'd be crazy if the Cowboys pick Shador Sanders, man.
Yeah.
According to the experts, they say Dallas need wide receiver, running back. They definitely need a running back, edge rusher, and a cornerback and an offensive guard. Wow, they need a lot.
I fucking need it all.
But most of these teams need a lot, though.
Teams need it all. Wide receiver Matthew Golden. So let's see what San Francisco about to do. That'd be crazy. He don't get drafted. I repeat.
Well, the pick is in.
This is crazy.
Yeah, we might wake up and see Shador Sanders get picked in the 3rd round. Oh, day 3 of the draft.
That's crazy.
So who do you think San Francisco going to get? Defense or offense? Because they got to protect Brock. Ooh, who they select? The edge rusher, defense. Mikael Williams out of Georgia.
That's crazy.
Now here's the Cowboys. Cowboys on the clock. What they gonna do down there in D Town? What Jerry World's gonna bring in?
That's crazy. Michael Williams.
You got 9 minutes and counting. Jerry World is officially on the clock. Do they screw this up or do they enhance the team?
And they doing Shador filthy now.
Do Jerry want another arm in his arsenal? Who do Jerry want? Do we want a wide receiver? Do Jerry want a running back? Do Jerry want an edge rusher? Do Jerry want a cornerback? Or do Jerry want an offensive guard to protect the instability of the Dallas Cowboys offense and Dak Prescott? Who do Jerry World gets? Because don't Jerry gets what Jerry wants?
That's right.
The Dallas Cowboys is the most prized organization in the world. So who Jerry's going to bring in, Flight?
That's a good question, man. I'm expecting fireworks, man. Not, but I ain't gonna say that. I think Shedeur. Obviously, that's the talk of the draft. I think Shedeur is going to Pittsburgh, man. I think Mike Tomlin. Gonna do the right thing and get this shit over with. You know, that's in my opinion. I heard that went well up there. You know,
Then if you're going to Pittsburgh that late in the draft, is it warrant to have a draft party?
I don't know. That you right about that. You got a
Oh,
point,
shit.
man.
Cowboys made their selection. Tyler
Yeah.
Booker out of Alabama. They got an offensive guard to help that secure that O line. So Dak Prescott got a 6'5", 321-pound Crimson Tide in that offensive line room. Dolphins on the clock. Yeah. Yeah, this is
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
Yep, it looks like that might be it. He might be going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I said he's going to Pittsburgh, man.
So to remind everybody, Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick. Travis Hunter was 2. Abdul Carter was 3. Will Campbell was 4. And Mason Graham was 5. Ashon Genty was 6. Armand Membu was 7th. T. McMillan was 8. Calvin Banks Jr. was 9. Colston Loveland was 10. Michael Williams was 11. And Tyler Booker was 12 to the Dallas Cowboys. So he's the new member of Jerry's World, and the circus continues. Man. So I can hang around for a couple of more picks. Let's see who the Colts get or the Falcons. Wow, 21. That's a long time from now. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 1 hour, 30, 40. That's almost 2 hours to get to 21. Let's see that again. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 1 hour. 10, 20, 30. Yeah, hour, 30 minutes. So, Flight, I might have to tap out, man. We just have to see who Pittsburgh get in the morning. It's getting past the old man bedtime.
All right, Dex. We're just like I said, we're just gonna wait on the pick of Shador Sanders. Only time will tell. Let me see what's going on ESPN. See if I could do something for the people. Shout out to you, man. This is crazy. What's going on right now? Shador Sanders getting screwed around in this draft. They should be ashamed of themselves. Got the NFL draft heating up. You already know what it is. I'm trying to get to. We're gonna get you all your draft news updates and more. We are waiting on Shador Sanders to get picked. But something tells me it's gonna be us behind this. We're gonna post something for the people so you can have some insight here.